people, same places, same parties. Am I just a ghost at night? Too many street lights in this city, I'm missing our ocean side. I've been running, but I can't escape the feeling that I've been away for far too long. 'Cause there's something about our love that brings me peace of mind. Something special about the way our lives are intertwined. There's something about you that just leaves me mystified. Something pulling me to your heart, and I always want you by my side. Keep your body next to mine.
Did I plan this? Sort of. Am I prepared? Definitely not. Oh, what's going on there when I talk? Oh, there we go. It's fine. Nothing's broken. At least as far as I know. Haha! Camera is not where I expected it to be. Camera expected.
Something special about the way our lives are intertwined.
Maybe. Hi Dylan. Happy Saturday. I am unprepared. This is fine. Am I not logged in? Give me 2 seconds. Music's too loud, isn't it? It's okay. We will turn music down a little. Yeah, if you're up for it. I considered being in the voice channel you were in, but felt that that is a channel that makes more sense as anyone who goes in there knows it's relatively private. There is a thing here that I'm supposed to be able to click. Sounds good. There's like a utility thing that does a Twitch embedder. That's the one I'm looking for. Okay, does this actually just redirect my thing? And now it's this guy. Works for me. What do you mean something went wrong? Twitter, please! Of course, nothing works when I try and do things, does it? 503? Overcapacity? What does that mean? Is Twitter still broken? Do I just send this via TweetDeck instead and hope for the best? Okay. TweetDeck worked. we will do it that way. Cool. Hey Tim, what do you mean? Stop what? Killing Twitter? Nah. There. So. Oh, also, my crop on this thing is not cropping me out. I have not streamed in a while, so things are all over the place. We'll give people a couple minutes to get in here while I figure out what's going on with Discord overlay, filters. There is no crop.
Hello.
Hello.
How have you been, man?
Yeah, good. Tired. Wishing I had the patience to stream more.
I haven't streamed in over a year at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the last time I streamed would have either been February or March 2020. Yeah, I can totally get that. Streaming, the idea of sitting down and streaming fills me with a certain sense of dread.
Yeah.
Certainly sucks, I enjoy it.
Yeah, Tim, I get that.
So are you debugging the fact that docs on Qt and on macOS is just totally busted?
Pretty much. So here's what I'm working with. Here's Qt Designer. Actually, I'm just going to use TeamViewer because that seems to work better. But basically, if I...
By the way, if I cut out at any point, it's because I'm rendering.
Okay. So basically, this is like the developer environment, right? Where you can mess around with stuff. And so obviously you can't dock out of that. But if you go form preview in Macintosh style, then docking works fine here.
Right.
If I go into Qt Creator instead, and I go give me the basic dock widgets example, right? And then I tell that to run. And so this is their dock widgets example. The grip seems to be a little finicky, but not as finicky as ours. But docking and docking up itself works fine. So there's something funky going on. Hi Grimrose. Because if I then go into my apps list and launch OBS, this one I think is a custom build. Where I tried to add a second main window. But if I grab this dock and pull, it is not following my mouse, right? If I let go of my finger, then it follows it occasionally follows it, and you can see it thinks it's trying to dock, but actually it's still technically following my mouse until I click again, and then it goes back in.
This is what I experienced last week, and it was garbage.
Yes, absolutely garbage. Oh, sorry to hear that, Grimrose. So, essentially what I'm going to try and do is... I don't know whether to do it through Qt Creator directly. Because by default, this guy doesn't seem to have a UI file. And I'm thinking recreating it with a UI file is the easiest way to try and reproduce our behavior. At least theoretically. I don't know if it will be possible in the first place.
Right.
And I don't really know where to start, so I guess I could add new Qt designer form. Choose. Main widget. Main window. Continue. Main window.ui. Cool. Add to dockwidgets.project. No, we don't need version control. Okay, so now I feel like I should have started with a simpler project. Let's do this one. Project main window. Cool. This one has a... No, actually, is that a different... That's the dock widgets project. That's the main window. Okay, let's... I don't like this UI. I am so lost. Like, why does this just not have a window that contains the list of projects? I clicked on project, not this project. I just close all projects. There we go. Okay, let's generate a new main window thing. And this guy does not contain a UI file either. There's one thing I debated doing. Let me pull up. I did consider... that doesn't even take up my whole screen. From there... Let's go to there. I did consider going into here and then just generating a new main window from like the constructor, but I can't figure out the right way to allow providing the same, like allowing our existing docs to be docked into another main window. So I gave up on that pretty quickly because I'm lazy and not very good at reading documentation. So instead, here we are with the idea of modifying an existing project. Can I... What happens if I add the Qt designer form main widget and window.ui? Will that override the one built in?
Oh, that's ugly.
It's a very ugly app, and covered in branding. Is that the status bar? That's ugly. Okay. How do we do it? So we have...
Carefully.
Yeah, true. If we go in here...
Yeah, my computer is... Windows Explorer on my computer is completely not working for me right now because of this render.
On the struggle bus. Tim, this is a Mac Mini that's sitting on under my Nook.
That sounds like a recipe for good ventilation and air flow.
I mean, the Mac Mini doesn't have any ventilation on top. And the Nook exhausts out the back, so it's fine.
Are they both running?
Always. Is there a good way to check temperatures on a... I'm not too worried.
You probably shouldn't be. Can I get the CPU temperature and fan speed from the command line? No, I didn't want to find the command line answer, Google. I mean that it is a solution to the problem, but I didn't specify command line.
That's okay, that command doesn't work on the M1 because it's ARM anyway.
Yeah.
Is that a thing that exists, or is that Linux only? Of course, we're updating Homebrew. Apparently, Apple command line tools aren't installed. Which I would disagree with, but okay. No, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I think docs might just be one of those cursed areas for us that we will not fix until we just completely replace the whatever existing system exists.
Maybe, but we shouldn't have to, you know?
I agree.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna we're going to go into main.
I still want to figure out at some point how to parse the geometry stuff in the global configuration, so that if we do change out the docking system, that we can try and make the new system launch like how it was before.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Well, because it's like it would be obnoxious to update the docking system, have people update, and then it's like, hey, it sucks to be you. All your docks are in different places now.
Yeah, exactly. We need some kind of migration path.
Which will probably suck.
Yes. Let's do this. And let's do... I guess an OBS doc is created with, Let's see, will this yell at me? Oh, that's a little better. We'll see how this guy goes. While it does that.
I can't wait for this particular release to be done so that we can work on our future stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. Every version, I'm always like super excited about what's about to come out, but I'm also excited about what's coming next, and I want both to be true. Where we are releasing something new and working on something even newer. You know.
As far as me, like I get since we started doing release candidates, the first release candidate is the joy moment. Everything else after that point is admittedly a little bit of theater.
Yeah, I would agree with that. For me, it's more about the RC definitely has the first RC definitely has the highest excitement level and curiosity about what people think, and then the actual release is where I'm watching even more closely because it'll hit so many more users in such a shorter period of time that there'll be a lot more feedback coming in during those first 8 to 12 hours.
Oh, for sure. The actual oh crap. I forgot to change the work area of my timeline. That's fine.
It'll be fine.
Like the actual release is certainly like the second highest excitement moment, but it doesn't compare to the first release candidate. And almost immediately once the release candidate is done, I'm just on my way to be like, okay, what can we do next? But then being held back by all the stuff we have to work on in the meantime.
Sure. Yeah.
Which is why I'm a bit slow to work on the videos this time. Oh no. Well, I have to re-render these videos.
What did you do?
The title says 26.1 dev.
Oh yeah.
For the OBS window. So I need to re-render these. No, I was just gonna say I'm working for the videos a bit slower than I normally would, in part because it's just like, oh, I want to be working on other stuff right now.
Mm-hmm. Understandable.
Which is why I should really get in the habit of starting videos as soon as a feature gets merged.
Yeah, that would definitely help.
So what are you currently trying to do? Are you still waiting for the command line tools to...
No, so those are installed, which means I can... That is the wrong guy. I can try that and see if it actually does what I think it will. Which it should if it's installing Python. I do also need to get Python working on my local builds, actually. That is a thing I need to do.
Oops, I closed out of your stream. Oh, no, I didn't. Never mind.
I also need to disable notifications altogether. Okay. So, I'm on the NUT, and we're going to go into CD, OBS, Build, OBS Studio, Git, all. Okay, that's successfully built, so that's a good sign. Okay. In this case, what I'm doing is when we generate our new OBS doc, I'll set secondary main as the parent, and we'll see how that works out. And that's during the main window initialization. Oh, that won't work. I have to do this in a different order. I'm dumb. This won't work, but... We'll verify that this doesn't work to make sure that I understand how this works. Today at 5:12. Cool. And once that gets copied, I'll rebuild.
Uh-oh. My After Effects is completely frozen. That's not good.
Alright, that's copied, so we'll start the next build while we launch this one.
That's called efficiency, kids.
Does this have temps currently? Oi, that's... Let's reopen that. No temps. Okay. Well, at least this confirms the Mac hasn't been shut down in 8 days. So I'm very curious why CMake couldn't find apps. Okay, so I do not see... so we can close this guy. I don't see my other main... Oh, right, I need to show the second main window. That would be a good thing to do, wouldn't it? Oh, and... No, I always forget what the command in Visual Studio Code is to show keyboard actions. Screencast mode. I'm never going to remember that. Alright, let's rebuild this again. Oh, actually, we can also skip dependencies now that they've been downloaded once. Because otherwise it downloads and checks them against the dependencies you already have, which is frustrating. This way it just skips that and does CMake. Okay, they're built. That's a good sign.
So, question.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have a hash before your name in your Discord?
So that I'm alphabetically sorted at the top for this overlay. However, I used to have a crop on this overlay that would crop me out of it. And I don't know where that filter went. I don't know why it's gone. Like, there is supposed to be a crop filter here that is the height of this top element. Don't know. It's strange. Well, we can trash this OBS build, and then wait for this one to finish. macOS is very picky about...
OBS build trash.
Yes. That one was, because it didn't do what I needed it to do. I've deleted OBS 12 times already.
Whoa.
But macOS is very picky when you're doing self-builds. That if you don't sign them, they will not run unless you put them in the apps folder. So every time I have to drag it into the apps folder.
That's frustrating.
On top of that, it's very silly about how it does things. So if I open Finder and I tell it go to Macintosh HD, right, which is the hard drive, I have applications, library, system, and users. However, if I do it over the command line, then I've also got volumes, bin, cause, dev, etc., opt, private, sbin, temp, and user.
So you've got hidden folders.
Which is where OBS deps goes. So if I want to manually go there, I have to click go, type in go to folder, and then go type it in manually. Because none of the UI will show me that it exists.
I mean, Windows has hidden folders by default.
Command Shift Dot.
Like, app data on Windows is
There we go. Okay, is that
You
persistent?
have to know how to get there.
Let's see if that sticks around. But yeah, I don't like volumes especially being hidden. That one's a handy one. Okay, the copy is finished. Let's see what happens. Tim, if I had the option, I would have probably set this up with Catalina. Purely because that's the first one that adds a bunch of the permission stuff, and I have a branch where I'm trying to get the permission stuff working for macOS Startup so that you don't see this. Okay.
So, remember when I said I'm just going to close After Effects?
Mm-hmm.
It just finished closing.
Alright, let's see what happens. Stats doc. No, that's the stats window. We want the stats. Yeah, that's not docking into here. That's the bit I'm not sure about. How do... I tried setting it as its parent, and that didn't seem to work. Oh. I'll add dock widget macro. Well, not macro, but... Well, that's handy,
Function.
isn't it? Okay, so what we actually need to do is this guy goes over here.
Macro is a preprocessor thing.
Yes.
I'm sure someone has made, I'm sure someone has figured out a way to write a program that effectively reads like a regular program, but is actually just using preprocessor macros to one function. I'm sure that must exist.
I'm sure, and if they haven't, this is not a challenge for you to start.
I'm not going to do that.
Apparently I got a follower 8 minutes ago and didn't get a notification for it, so I apologize. Let's refresh my overlay and hope that fixes it. To be fair, I'm using an alert provider that isn't like... Yeah. There we go. I got it to work. So thanks for the follow if you're still around. Users in chat. Yeah. Go again. Welcome to the order. Hope you're doing well. Right, so we're going to copy this down.
Question.
Huh?
Question.
Yeah.
The order of what?
What do you mean?
You said welcome to the order, and
Oh.
I said the order of what?
Yes. So that is what I haven't figured out yet.
Of course.
Because obviously I can't go with one of the obvious ones. Because most of them are probably taken anyway. So I just keep it super, super simple. And just don't elaborate and hope no one notices. So thank you for noticing.
By the way, I just noticed the Twitter feed on your website hasn't updated since February 2020?
Yes, and I don't know why. I reinstalled the WordPress widget that I'm using for that, and it didn't fix it. So, I just need to finish rewriting my website. That's what I need to do.
I was just curious.
Okay, so if I now go view dot stats, it didn't do the thing. How do I know that the QMain window supports doc? Just pulling up documentation. Dock options. Oh yeah, that's right. By default, it has animated docks and allows tab dock. So for some reason, this guy is not adding itself to the correct. Set visible.
So, weren't you doing a site redesign in Vue?
Yep. I just haven't deployed it yet.
And what if someone doesn't have JavaScript enabled?
It's designed as a static site. Actually, we should be able to.
So it's built
verify
with Vue, but it gets statically.
At least it's supposed to. Or the pages are generated statically. I don't remember. Let's disable JavaScript.
Well, it still works. That's a good sign. Much faster too. Just saying.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Anyway, now that I've fixed the title bar and reopened After Effects, I need to re-render both of those. Fun.
So yeah, I don't know why this window doesn't want to dock into the other main window, so I'm just gonna force it when it gets initialized. We're just gonna rebuild OBS, see what happens.
I still think it's insane how we have two separate stats windows, one that's dockable and one that's not.
Yes, and that is one reason why I would very much like us to get the other advanced docking thing working. If I go Qt Creator and open the project, I definitely like to revisit this once Pat has finished his CMake rewrite. Because take a look at the commits from his branch, right? Can I filter by this?
It's a long list.
Right. If I filter by this,
That's
61
a
commits.
long list.
Basically, he's broken it down per component for each commit.
So, I think that makes sense for making it easier to review.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine we would squash them on actual merge.
Yes, I agree. In this
Or at
case, I
least
think it also
something-
makes it easier for him to test individual changes as well. So yeah, he last worked on this 15th of April at 3 in the morning our time, or my time I should say. I actually have a laptop behind me that he's been using for Windows stuff. If I pull up this guy, new connection. No, let's do it the other way. I think 163 was the laptop. No? 1.151. That's connected by Ethernet. And if it's neither, then something has gone terribly wrong.
So here's the one thing I'm worried about. Investing work into the advanced docking system when it might just make sense to try and do a rewrite in QML.
Yes, that would definitely be a consideration. I would at least like to experiment with it to the point where it's semi-functional. I was unable to get it semi-functional.
The advanced docking system.
Yes, purely because I'm not very good at figuring out how to correctly link the dependencies in CMake. Which, after this, Pat should be very good at doing that, and so he would be a much better source of information for that.
I've got other stuff to worry about for this year in specific, but I would like to start a Qt quick at some point.
The other thing I'm going to do here very quickly,
The biggest problem with Qt widgets for design purposes is that you can't implement designs as a designer, you have to implement them as a programmer.
Yeah. So
Which
here's
is like one of the strengths of the web, is that a designer can implement designs.
Actually, what I'm going to do here, OBS, yellow window. On the note, I'm actually going to...
Don't get me wrong, programmers should also be able to know how to do design things.
Sure. Let me clone the advanced docking system and test it on macOS as well. But here it is on Windows, right? And when you pull out a dock, it behaves more like a standard window. And my guess is it does allow you to treat it as a proper window so that when the main window is minimized...
like Visual Studio's docking system.
Yeah, it's really nice in that aspect. But with the default settings, if you minimize the main window, it also minimizes, which my guess is you can turn off.
That's one of the things I'm annoyed about with After Effects docking, is that the undocked windows aren't real windows.
Alright, let's actually do this.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, like, if you click on anything in the application thing, and because I've got dual monitors, and I've got the timeline on the right and the preview on the left, if I click either side, it brings both to the front because they're not real windows. Don't get me wrong, we should probably still have some of that where, like, if you click one, it can open up other things, but... Like, I can see arguments both ways. Typically, though, opening all windows with a click to one annoys me more than something which doesn't do that. But hey, that's what options exist for. Offloading design decisions.
I wonder if this will fail to build because it doesn't have permission in that folder. Cool. That at least tells me where I can safely put that folder. Nope. One thing I really dislike about macOS is copy and paste are done with command, not control.
It's hard to just switch your muscle memory around.
501 dial out. Cool. that should allow me to build this. That's a lot of project warnings. 62 project warnings.
I mean, what is a warning if not a bug you can just put off till later?
True. Okay, so here is the advanced docking UI on OS. Yeah, it works the same way. I think it'll be neat to experiment with at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd like to see some alternate designs. One particularly implemented.
Well, yes. As you said, web development is easy because a designer can do it. And it allows you to...
Well,
it allows you
you're not
to...
wrong.
What's the word I'm looking for?
You changed to your greeting screen?
I mean, that's the same screen I've had for a while. I just accidentally hit my keyboard.
No. It was more the fact that you accidentally changed that I was pointing out.
Yeah. I noticed immediately.
Actually, it took you 5 seconds. I was watching.
No, I was just slow at switching back.
Right. Yeah, like the cool thing about the web is that a designer can actually implement a design that would be used in the final rather than having to pass a design onto a developer to handle implementation.
Yeah, it also allows for
because
rapid
of-
prototyping and a lot of like what's the word? Of finding flaws and being able to troubleshoot them very easily visually.
Mm-hmm. Plus, there's also the fact that if you are implementing, if you know how a design is implemented, then you also are aware of the limitations, or also, in addition, aware of all the tools available to you to make a design work in a bunch of different contexts. So, like, if you just give a design to a developer, they'll implement that design exactly, but it might not necessarily be the best design because it might not take into account things like, okay, what if the screen size is this small, or like what happens in the transition between these different screen sizes, or what CSS features should it utilize to augment the experience based on user preferences.
Yes.
A designer understanding CSS and being able to implement it themselves is able to understand and inform their own design decisions from that knowledge.
Yes.
And it helps that CSS is relatively simple to learn, even if it can get complex at a certain
Yeah, the rules
scale.
are consistent, whereas QSS rules are not consistent because it's CSS2 based, which already adds a bunch of limitations, and additionally, Qt just does a bunch
This
of
stuff
weird
which
stuff.
is just Q painters in native.
Yeah.
That being said, modern CSS, there are draft recommendations that would effectively allow custom CSS properties that would handle their own drawing as a canvas-like object, where basically every single element in the page is itself an HTML5 canvas, and your CSS property defines a particular rule for how it's drawn. So that will be fun when that reaches Chrome, because inevitably it will.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because Google was talking about, I think it's called I think it might be called Houdini, CSS Houdini.
Don't know.
Google had people talking about it at their Chrome Dev Day or whatever it's called last year. So like you can You can bet he's coming to Chrome, and so everything's a canvas.
Yes.
So eventually CSS might get to the point where it's similar to Qt in that it's a mix of consistent rules but with this wildly tacked on system that's indecipherable. We might end up in the same situation eventually.
I think at this stage I need to do alt spaces. Control... Is it? Control right? I don't even know. Here.
I guess we can just hope that that designers and developers are sensible enough to not over-rely on Houdini.
Mm-hmm. Move between spaces. Press the control key and the right or left arrow key. I've been lied to. Mission control. Shift up. Is that shift up? No, alt up.
I'm slightly annoyed that this video I've done is cut down a bit because it had an effect in it I really liked that had to be cut. I was really happy. I made a fairly decent looking VHS rewind. And I thought it would be funny to have like an OBS video with like something which is so incredibly and obviously analog and dated.
I don't understand macOS mission control. I give up.
What is mission control?
This thing. Basically the macOS equivalent of task view.
Ah. Task views are nice.
Alright. Ooh, okay. I successfully got it to dock in using a predefined thing. Let's see what happens. Yeah. No issues. It's something specific to the main window.
Well then. Okay, hear me out. Is there a way... Oh, I was about to say, is there a way that we could completely remove the preview, but the issue is that...
It's the main widget.
It's the central widget, and the docking system is relative to the central widget.
So, in my testing... actually, let me show you the diff. What is this? This is a terrible diff. So, for the test window, I didn't actually have to set a main widget. So it can have a blank main widget, but because the blank main widget doesn't have a width or height, you can't actually build around it.
Right.
So technically it's doable, it just doesn't... It's not a good experience. Which is Qt in a nutshell, right? So at least we know for sure it's not OBS in general causing it, it's something in the main window. that is helpful and promising. Because it means while I definitely won't be able to fix this in time for 27, we might fix it for, like, 27.1. That. A good sign.
Yeah.
It means it's fixable. We just don't know why it happens. In that case, I'm going to change this up, and instead of...
So, okay. What are the flags that we set on the OBS basic preview?
On the preview.
What are the flags?
Outside of mouse tracking.
You might have to check OBS QT display as well.
Actually, let me quickly check OBS Space Y preview.
It should be an OBS basic preview.
Yeah, I checked OBS. I checked window. What did I check? Window basic preview.
And is there no call to set flags?
Only output flags. Let's do.
So go to OBS QT display, which I believe is in a file called QT display.
Correct. Window flags. So we set some attributes, which is paint on screen, static context, no system background, opaque paint event, don't create native ancestors.
What happens if you get rid of native window?
Let's find out. It'll definitely break the preview.
That's not what I'm worried about at the moment. This is purely for testing.
Sure.
This is me wondering, is the issue with docking the fact that we have native windows inside the docking system?
Well, one way to find out.
The question is, do we have any other native windows in there?
Technically browser docs are native windows. If you don't make them native windows, they completely freak out.
Yeah, but we're not worried about that at the moment. This
Correct.
is purely a debugging exercise.
Mm-hmm. It's funny to me that half the slowness of building on macOS is not the actual building, it's the moving dependencies around.
Whereas on Windows, that's done once and done, basically.
Yeah. The main reason it's done repeatedly is because of signing. It's the reason why we had that crash with the DAL plugin for the virtual camera on macOS, where it would update the contents of the DAL plugin, but not the original parent folder, and so the signature of the folder and its contents didn't match. So macOS would crash it so that it wouldn't do anything.
As a security measure.
Yeah.
macOS is paranoid, and that's not necessarily a bad thing.
It's paranoid, which is fine, to the extent of it will annoy users. I opened the wrong program. The other thing is there are certain apps you just can't remove from the list, not even uninstall. So I'm gonna not...
Oh yes, you wanted to open up Pages, right?
Yeah, because they're right there. Because like there were certain ones I could just right-click and remove, right? Or like hide, and then certain ones I could trash. Because there is a flag you can set that hides them from the UI but keeps them in the folder. But it doesn't work on every app.
That's fun. I just realized how that sounded like an annoyed, and it was actually meaning something fun. I think a friend of mine just booked their full license test on the same day that I did.
So, this crashed. In case you were curious how well it works, it crashed.
Okay. Okay.
So.
Okay. Get rid of native window. So re-add it. Disable the preview, and then retry it.
And then, what was that last step?
No, I'm saying is rebuild it with native window, open, disable preview, close, rebuild without native window.
I'm not gonna wait for a rebuild. You think I'm crazy? I'll just grab another build from my macOS builds folder, which is up here. I'll grab the previous one which worked. Disable preview and then go back. Yeah, there's some flags somewhere that we set that causes things to go wonky. What do you mean it can't be opened because of a problem? What? Library missing? Oh. Yeah, I guess that explains that if that's a build from March. Why is this sorted in the wrong order? That's less surprising of a crash. I think 27 is the version I'm finally going to actually rebuild my local against. Because I'm still running one based on 2504.
Oh geez, you're missing so many good features.
Well... You mean like source transitions? I've had that in here for years. Look, this button. Fade in and out. Fade in and out.
Okay, we get it. Gosh.
It was a feature I've been wanting forever, so I just... use the PR.
Merge the PR locally.
Yes. Cool stats. Oh, that didn't dock in. That's rude. Enable preview. Cool. I've disabled the preview. And now we grab the newest build, which is here.
Yeah.
Crash this
I was just
one.
thinking that maybe you could avoid the crash this way.
Theoretically, yes. I hope so too.
Desperate times call for desperate hacks.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that what we do here? Isn't that OBS in a nutshell?
Don't say that out loud. Not where people can hear it.
Nope, that still crashed. I guess the function to check whether it's exposed fails. Because it's not native.
What is exposed to do? Of course you have search Qt docs. Shortcut, of course you do.
I've also got a... so I've got Qt, I've got YouTube. I think I have a Ceph one somewhere. Returns if this window is exposed in the windowing system. When it's not exposed, it is shown by the application, but it's not showing in the windowing system. So the application should minimize rendering and other graphical activities.
Why would that crash?
Because macOS doesn't like non-native surfaces that are weird. Which is what we've created with this monstrosity here.
Okay, question. What happens if you go into the docking example and add native window to one of them?
The question. Let's find out. Oh. Let's bring this guy back.
That's what I like to call roundabout debugging.
Yeah. I like how there's a separate title bar for Linux.
Okay, so now that all that rendering is done, and I'm ignoring the errors that have been logged, I can now go and work on the next video.
That's
What do
exciting.
we still have? Sorry?
That's exciting.
So I've already done undo, redo, browser stuff on macOS Linux. We've done TrackMat, so it's just missing files, source visibility stuff, NVIDIA image, and what's the other one? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten you're streaming. I just don't care that anyone knows what I'm working on.
I mean, it's the videos are going to be public anyway, so it's not...
Oh yeah, we have to do Wayland. Oh, we have to do Wayland and display capture.
That one can be part of miscellaneous. That's not going to affect the majority of
No, I
users.
have them as dedicated tweets. I have them as set as images. It's more that I have to actually get an image of it working on Wayland.
Yeah,
Like the reaction was more just like the fact that it's like, oh, I have to get a Linux VM running because I don't yet have my Linux environment properly set up.
yeah, and my Linux environment is not new enough.
The newest Ubuntu desktop image is awful.
Yeah, I'm on 20.4.2.
The 2104 desktop image is garbage. And
I didn't find the 2004 one to be particularly great either.
2004? Yeah. I'm not a big fan of that either. What's 2010s? The Gorilla one, right?
I don't know. I don't follow it that
Gorilla one's
closely.
alright. The Gorilla one's alright. 1910 was alright. 1904 is still my favorite.
So what if we make all our docs in this thing native? Like I'm looking for. Set attribute. Oh my god. I hate the end key on macOS. It goes to the end of the document instead of end of the line. I don't have right permission. Oh, I hate them. Right, so Qt Advanced Docking System, and we are going to. This can tell us.
So I've DM'd you the 2104 wallpaper.
It's so unnecessarily hairy.
Exactly! Ugh. I hate it.
I feel like I'm being mooned.
Exactly. And you're not, and I'm not sure from which side. It's yeah, yeah. 2010, 2004, and 1910 are like fine. I still think 1904 is the best Ubuntu wallpaper for since like ever. 1910's alright, actually, yeah, like especially alright. But that one, 2104, is garbage.
I agree.
It just looks gross.
Mm-hmm. I don't know my my Linux chmod stuff. I've never been able to memorize the numbers.
Yeah, 1904 was the Disco Dingo one, and that one still has the one with the dingo wearing headphones. Still easily my favorite Ubuntu wallpaper.
Yeah?
Easily.
I don't have a favorite. What do you mean unknown error? That's rude. I'll just do it in here. Fine. Whatever. Yeah.
If you hear noises that are crinkly, it's because I just got handed a bag of chips.
Oh, lucky you. I was actually informed that risotto is ready, so I'm gonna go grab that in a bit.
I'm afraid I probably will not be able to keep your chat entertained for the in between duration.
It's fine.
I do not have the requisite energy. And what energy I do have, I need to save for 4 hours from now when I'm on a friend's stream for a co-op game.
Mm-hmm. This is perfectly understandable. Okay, now we're going to go back into this on Mac. I'm going to see the line magically again. I say we're going to see the line magically appear.
What would Americans call potato chips? Because like in the UK it'd be crisps. What would it be in the States?
Crisp. Yeah. I think it's the same.
Why am I asking you? I have Google.
I'm also not an American.
I mean, I figured you might know.
This did not feel like a rebuild. I'm gonna reopen this guy. File, recent project, ads.pro. Felt more like a build.
I guess they're also called potato chips.
Yeah, probably. Ah, set native docs failed. Operation not supported. Well, there you go. Yeah, wasn't expecting that experiment to work, really. What if we do it with, the other sample? Main window initialized. Ah, I did it again. If I had to use macOS semi-regularly, it would drive me mad.
You'd probably get used to it.
Eventually, but I wouldn't like it. Yeah, this doesn't complain. Alright. So, the next task is I create a new form alongside OBS Basic called OBS Basic Simple and start applying things to it until it breaks. I think that is my next task. fine. This is not. Menu bar, widget, and status bar. Okay, I think that's workable. We're gonna move these two. And modify CMake. So that we have that guy, which also requires no, I think that ended up generating a H file, not a... Yeah, fine. Although, doesn't really matter, does it? We can just update pieces as we go. Make them friendlier. Alright. Now, purely because the process is simpler on macOS, and this project directory is shared across the two platforms, my control key keeps falling off, so just in the process of putting it back on. I will build this on...
do that.
I'll build this on Linux first, and once I'm happy with it, I will then migrate it over. So, let's make sure it at least builds, which it did not. Which is fine, that was to be expected. So, you're in...
I'm gonna be right back.
Alrighty. I don't remember how this guy fetches the UI. I just does UI underscore basic. And it's interesting. Ah, then does this have a UI? Okay, that built. That's promising. So next we are going to add window basic simple as a dependency. And in our changes instructor, right before we add the stats dialog, when we make this guy, we're actually going to make, what did I call it? Window base. So this guy is a new window base. That should work. And then, oh, actually, that should do it. So we're going to hit up the NUC and we're going to do that again. And this time it should replace our standard main window with our subclassed one. I can hear the fan on the NUC telling me it's building. I also realized that if I leave Visual Studio Code open on the NUC, occasionally I will just hear the fan spin up at night because it's rendering the UI for Visual Studio Code. Okay, this is our new main window. If we pull in the stats doc, yeah. So we know it builds on Ubuntu. Let's build it on Mac. So I will be right back while it builds. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go into my BRB screen. I'm going to swap out my perspective prop for a full prop for the clear. That is what I will do. So we will build this and I'll be back. This button. I've come back, and my LEDs have started to fall off. Right here.
So I came back to you looking at my picture.
What?
So, you're looking at something behind you, but at one point you were looking up to where my picture is above your head on the stream.
Yeah. See, this one's cropped correctly, so I don't know what happened on the other scene. So yeah, my LEDs are, not on the ceiling anymore. That's good enough. Okay. I've returned with a drink and some food. The build succeeded, which is good. And we're just going to verify that it works, and then we can start breaking it. Line by line.
I mean, the easiest way to break something line by line is to just start deleting lines.
Hmm. And the thing is, OBS Basic is 2,100 lines, and Windows Basic Main is another 9,182 lines.
Yeah,
So-
that sounds about right.
So I'm not going to break those line by line, because I would be here for a year.
What you would be doing is deleting function by function.
Mm-hmm. Which is still a fair few functions. Alright.
Do you have your food now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Didn't know if you were gonna eat that off stream.
What you'll notice is when I switch between these windows, the title, the menu bar changes.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, we should be doing that in the settings window.
But we don't?
But we don't. Notice how, like, everything's disabled because it's the settings window?
Oh, that's dumb.
Additionally...
Actually, no, that makes sense, because you can't do that on Windows. You can't access most of that stuff.
Correct. But additionally, that means that something like this, you can't actually copy this. Because macOS doesn't, Oh, actually, I've been told it doesn't work, but I guess it does work. It just doesn't visually do it. But yeah, it doesn't show up in the menu because copy and paste within the main window are for sources, not for text. Alright, well... Your docs... That. So, we have a nice, clean template for the main window. And it works. Now we break it. The first way I'm going to break it is by comparing this way to this. Which functionally on the main level there isn't that much. So we're just going to copy a bunch of properties over for the main widget, including geometry and window title. And then just rebuild. What I need to write is like a one-line script that deletes the OBS app from here and copies it over from here. But all I have to do when this finishes running is run it. And even then I can automate that too. Oh, my music finished. Let's do a different album. Although, actually, let's listen to this song while we wait.
Same people, same places, same parties. Am I just a ghost at night? Too many street lights in this city. I'm missing our ocean side. I've been running, but I can't escape the feeling that I've been away for far too long. 'Cause there's something about our love that brings me peace of mind. Something special about the way our lives are intertwined.
Cool.
There's something about you that just leaves me.
So anything special on the central widget? No.
Something pulling me to you.
Anything special on the menu bar?
Always want you by my side. Keep
No.
your body next to mine.
That's the status bar, that's fine. Alright. Now we move on to
New people, new places, we're the same. A moment frozen in time. Wish I could relive the day I met you and fall in love a second time. I could run, but I know I can't escape the feeling if I'm far away from you for too long.
I'm basically skimming the code to see if anything stands out. Purely because this is the header, and usually nothing interesting happens in the header. do re-implement the change event, how do we do that? If it's a Windows state change, and we're not minimized, so minimizing and setting the preview visibility. Okay. Cool. Very hard to type when there's a bowl in the way.
Very hard for me to get work done when I have a guitar in my hand, but we both have the same inclination. I think it's not move the thing. I'm finding myself fidgeting a lot, and usually that results in me picking up a guitar, even though that's a very big obstacle. So yeah, as you can might imagine, I'm not getting much work done right now.
You don't have to, though. Do we still use this? Profiles have a style sheet. Apparently, if you put stylesheet.qss in the profile directory, it'll modify whatever theme you're running. Alright. That seems to be the basics. Alright, so what we're missing here is this function. Elsewhere. We're also missing a pointer. I'm going to actually finish this food. And now I don't have a bowl in front of me, which makes it easier to type stuff. Isn't that fun? Alright.
I'm probably going to actually head out for a bit and just go on a quick walk.
Alrighty.
Might still listen in on headphones, maybe.
No worries. Enjoy your walk.
Depends on if I care to use depends how much data I have left and how much of it I'm willing to dedicate to just listening in.
This is fair enough.
I mean, I don't hate your voice. It's just that, like, when I have to measure how much am I willing to put up with given the data.
Yeah, understandable.
Put up with isn't the right term.
Well, I mean, to be fair, sometimes trying to even listen to Twitch streams on the go is very annoying, just from buffering for unnecessary reasons.
I have 2.4 gigabytes left. Yeah. And that finishes on the 5th of May. So I've got 2.5 gigs for the next 2 weeks.
Going anywhere in the next 2 weeks?
No. Well, actually, yes, but no.
Well, there's your answer.
My parents will be in Melbourne in 2 days.
Really? I didn't know Melbourne was letting flights in.
They have been from New Zealand for a long time. I mean, when we went back into our lockdowns, they put people through MIQ again, but for quite a fair bit now, people from New Zealand could go to Melbourne and skip the MIQ.
That's good.
But from April 19th onwards, it is reciprocal. People returning to New Zealand also don't have to skip. I mean, so also can skip MIQ.
That's pretty good.
And so the reason my parents are visiting then is that when they return, they don't have to go for managed isolation for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But they also get to visit without having to go into managed isolation for 2 weeks.
Which is not fun.
No, they're saying they're skipping on both sides.
Yeah. Skipping the boring parts on both ends.
Well, also because they have jobs.
This is also true, yes. Because 2 weeks on either end stacks up to a month.
That's 4 weeks just in isolation.
Yeah.
See, that's why it's good that New Zealand and Australia have a travel bubble that's in place now. Well, will be in place from Monday onwards, properly.
Yeah.
Both sides. Except Western Australia, I think. I think that's the only exception. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. See, I could have... Yeah. If I figured it was worth it, I could have also done the same kind of trip.
Yeah. So you don't want to visit, is what you're saying? I see how it is.
I mean, like, I'm in a unique position that I could probably do my work from hotel.
Yeah, but that's just extra unnecessary effort.
Also, my laptop's trackpad is still busted. And
Yeah,
the fact
but-
that it only works at best half the time.
But that's why you bring a mouse.
Yeah, so I'd have to bring a mouse and, but even if I don't use it, I'd still have to have a backup keyboard because there was at least one occasion where basically what would happen is if I removed the drivers from my trackpad, it would sometimes work more reliably.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I removed a particular system device that handled the bus that the trackpad was on, it could also do the same thing and like make it work when it wasn't before, but even then, still briefly. The issue was one of those times I removed that bus and then I restarted my laptop, and not only was it not listening to my trackpad, it also stopped listening to my keyboard.
That's not ideal.
So in the rear, well, that's only happened the one time, and when I reinstalled my trackpad's drivers manually with an external keyboard, suddenly my keyboard started working again. Which,
Yeah.
you know, makes perfect sense that installing a trackpad driver would fix my keyboard. Either way, yeah, I would have to have a backup keyboard as well, even if I wouldn't actually use it. Yeah, like, I could do my work from a hotel for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it. Also, it'd be slower, and I wouldn't be able to do videos for that matter. So, like, at best, I would only be able to make a trip after 27 finishes.
Yes. I was about to say that too. Wouldn't be worth the extra potential.
But I could,
headache.
in theory, work on 27.1 or 28 or whatever the next one ends up being. I could do that from a hotel.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, I'm going on a walk, so be right back.
Yep. Enjoy it. Okay. So, at this stage, I have copied over a few headers that we use that might potentially cause side effect. I don't... Really, what I should have done is this, guys. No, just that one file. And then I'm also going to copy in obs.hpp on this guy. And the utility platform header as well. Just in case it somehow magically changes the behavior. Which is unlikely, but at this stage I have no idea what could be causing the strange dock behavior on the main window and not on a second main window that is simplified. One thing I might try is, rather than basing it on Q main window, basing it on window main, OBS main window, which adds handlers for profile path, OBS init and config, which theoretically shouldn't mean much, because it's just a super basic header. But the closer I make the two, the better, because I can essentially confirm that certain aspects don't matter. I guess I'd have to probably re-implement all three functions as well in that situation, I think. We'll find out. We'll make sure that this builds and runs and doesn't have the issue. and then go from there. Because if it does introduce the issue just by adding headers, then I can start figuring out which header it's coming from, and then from there figure out if it's something that's actually easy to work around, or whether it's something fundamental to our design of the main window. Because if it's that, then we can just yell at Jim, and then Jim can figure it out. Sounds like a solid plan, right? Throw Jim under the bus? Probably not even his fault. Alright. Hey Flary. How's it going? The camera went out of focus for no reason whatsoever. It's okay, it's only 7 PM here. My clock occasionally will show up on the top left corner of the screen. You know, at this stage, because I know certain things, let's do this. So it's not one of the obvious headers. That's interesting. So Flary, basically I'm trying to figure out the weird dock behavior on macOS, where essentially you grab the control dock and try and drag, it loses your mouse until you release and grab it again, and then it won't redock until you restart OBS. Whereas I just created a second main window and the dock there works fine. So next, I'm gonna go super hacky, and we're gonna... This is... So how does this guy... This one's an instance of OBS window, so we will do this. That already has QObject, that's good, that's good. And window basic main here. Also does this fine. Am I gonna have to... I'm just going to copy headers. I'm going to paste these guys in. Then that's just the UI. I'm going to do the same with... The biggest problem, Flurry, is we have no idea why it happens, and it's a horrific user experience. And I just always thought it was an issue in macOS. Then I did some testing and was like, no, it's just our app. It's fine everywhere else. We do something that breaks it. So today we will try and recreate our main window as closely as possible, using as little as the original code as possible, to see if we can reproduce the error on a fresh window. So, it's only on OBS on Mac, only our app, and only the main window. But yes, it's an OBS thing, not a Qt thing, which is something I specifically checked. We'll worry about that a little later. I want to make sure we can actually do it with just headers. I was hoping it would be super simple to do all of that, but no. The reason I'm doing this is because most of our files have classes that do things, but there are also certain lines that get executed regardless of whether you actually interact with that class. It's so that it's there and available for when you need it. But if you're not using it, but it's there, it could cause side effects you weren't expecting. And it'll help us track down exactly which file is causing it. Because right now, I have looked at OBS Basic UI, I've looked at Window Basic Main, the code and the header file, and none of the three contain anything as far as I can tell that would cause this bug. The good news is this is building. But I reached the point where I was like, I've literally gone through this file line by line and not found anything related to docking or Windows or activating or anything like that that could potentially cause this issue. So I'm going to have to do this a little more in depth. Okay. Moment of truth. Is it one of the many headers we import? Or is it something related to Window Basic, Window Main? Which doesn't do anything but provide essentially requirements. So it's not a header. So it's something in that file. So what we're going to do is, I do know, we're going to revert to using... I don't know if I can do this. Okay, we do that. I just have to do it the right way. Which is, we have to re-implement config OBS init. Yep. I meant to control F that. Still not right. There we go. You are probably private. Yeah, private. Cool. Mr. Private, you are going to tell me where I can get config file. Cool. That's helpful. You return basic config. Fine. And the other ones are OBS and net. Cool. It's void. Which is fine by me. That means they can just be a no-op. Make sure we're using the right thing there. And get right. Cool, and we just return 0. Because it just wants an int. Oh, there we go. We can return -1, which means no profile. Which should be fine. And then we also need to initialize the undo stack. Which is public. And that occurs in here. So we basically go OBS basic, colon OBS main window, comma undo stack, and then UI new window basic. Cool. Now we rebuild and correct any errors it finds, which could be all of them. Every line I just added could be invalid, because I'm just throwing things together hoping they stick. Okay, no constructor for initialization of undo stack. Fine. You're never initialized. You should be. So there's a release on shutdown on the close event. We'll do this. in here. And then it doesn't like... It just doesn't like my usage of undo stack. Excellent. Not that I know how to use the undo stack, but that's just rude. Okay. Okay, so we release it. I guess it just doesn't like... Parent? I'm not under care. Wait, why? I'm reading each line it's giving me. And they're all add action. And then an undo and a redo. It doesn't like this, and I don't know how to fix that. His first argument in undo stack OBS. Is a UI pointer. It has to be an instance of OBS Basic. Hello, Tommy K. How you doing? Hope your day's going well. What's the bet this will break it more? I don't actually know, Tommy K. I guess it's short for type, maybe? I don't know. I assume the OBS docs doesn't mention it. Am I? Let's see. Not directly. OBS is. Let's see if the OBS docs mentions why it uses it. Yeah, T means type. Short for type def. Therefore size T is the type used to specify memory sizes. So I guessed correctly, that's neat. I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting in these search results. Right. No member named OBS main window in namespace. Right. Yeah, that's not really in the UI namespace, is it? I wasn't expecting this to work. The problem is, I know that the issue I'm running into is not caused by undo, so I would like to be able to skip having to include undo, but if I skip including undo, I'm not recreating... Which one wants undo in the first place? Who do I blame? OBS main window. No, it doesn't. I'm just overcomplicating it for myself, because I probably am. Let's skip undo. Let's see if it still yells at me. Okay, I don't need to use these parameters. As long as it builds, which it didn't. Oh. Constructor must explicitly initialize undo S. What if I just don't use undo? Does this help? Does this help, please? Only one way to find out. Forgot how good this album is, by the way. Get profile path. Reference 14, no, LD. Symbols not found. Undefined symbols. What? This error is not very informative. Like, I had a feeling it wouldn't like me not including it, but come on, at least give me an error that provides me with some level of context. I don't care if you didn't find symbols. I don't need symbols. The only reason I have to include these fields in the first place is because I'm extending an existing thing that requires them. I'll put it next to it. That's rude. And I bet Dylan is listening in being like, you're an idiot! Because I'm doing dumb things. I know I'm doing dumb things, I just don't know why they're dumb. Oh. Told you I'm doing something dumb. That should work. It helps if you define your functions to the correct class, rather than the wrong class. There we go. It ended up being really, really obvious. I am not surprised whatsoever. So while we wait for that build to finish, we delete this guy. He's ready to go. Oh, this song. Recopying over all dependencies on every build is a nightmare. Cool. Now we drag and drop, and we wait for the copy. Actually, is the reason why the bottom half of my shirt is cut off is because of the Discord overlay's position? Yes, because the crop is not set up properly. I was wondering why my shirt was cut off. That explains everything. Okay, so what we're gonna do here... I'm gonna zoom in, preview scaling canvas. There we go. We will lock that. And when if Dylan comes back, we can verify that my overlay is done. Now I can correct my web to where it's supposed to be. Why that crop was forgotten, I have no idea. Now, the reason why these macOS builds take a while to launch is because I'm actually building the 64-bit version, and then macOS is converting it into a Rosetta app that will actually launch. Okay, so I'm going to stick the controlled stock in there. We're going to... louder than I like. Alright, so we've got this secondary main window with the stat stock. We're going to pull out the stat stock. And it's going to be fine, because of course it is. Whereas the controls dock, we pull it out and it's bugged. So it's not OBS main Windows' fault. So then the next question becomes, can I technically use OBS basic headers? Probably not, purely because of the way everything's named. So, it's none of this. It's not in the constructor. I have these things called speakers. There is nothing hidden in my ears. One of my rear speakers is right here. I don't have anything coming out of the rear speaker at the moment, but all of my audio comes out through my 5.1 surround. Spotify at the moment is just coming out of the front. I could technically send it to the back, but then you get a bit of weirdness with the down mixing for stereo for stream. I have tried streaming in surround, and Twitch usually just either cuts out the rear channels or does other weird things, whereas YouTube down mixes, I think. I don't remember which services did what in that aspect. Okay, so I'm actually stuck at this stage. I don't know what else to try, other than we start messing with attribute. Hey, Tim. So we already have the native window attribute. So, this is where we have to figure out. So what I did with the stats is you'll notice that I add dock widget to secondary main. So the next task is to do that to secondary browser docs. And we'll see if that behaves differently, because those are main windows. Apparently we only use that there, nowhere else. What do you mean? Oh, yes, I'm still troubleshooting the same issue I started the stream with, which was 2.5 hours ago. That's the whole purpose of this stream today. If that's your question, Tim. No, so what we've done over the past 2.5 hours is basically recreated as much of the main Windows, like, settings as possible. So this window, for the most part, has all the same things that this window does. The difference is docs here work fine, docs there, docs here work fine, docs here don't. Ah, well, Flary. I've also got this little fella. And this little fella has noise reduction, dynamics processing, which is essentially a bunch of expanders and compressors. A noise gate, a single band compressor with a threshold of -40. And a hard limiter. Technically, I don't need the hard limiter, and I can use the amplifier with, instead of the hard limiter. I just don't like the potential to peak. The problem is this hard limiter, even though it's set to 0.0, it's actually more like, it's actually more like -4 or something like that. But that's how I know that my audio is working, essentially. So I've perfected the audio pickup of this mic over the years. Little tweaks here and there over longer periods. I do have the issue where if I look away from the mic, it does not pick up as well as it should. So if I'm facing this way, the actual volume is still peaking at -18, but there's a distinct difference in the quality of the voice, whereas technically it's supposed to all be the same. At the very least, the compressor works really, really well in the sense that I can whisper in here or yell, and all of that is the same volume. Because the main reason why it lowers the volume or cuts it out when I'm looking away is there's this very, very fine line between my voice while looking away and the sound out of speakers when I'm talking to people. So if I want to cut out one, I have to cut out some part of the other. So the next question here becomes, is the stats dock an edge case where this issue doesn't occur, or is it purely something funky with the main window? Yeah. I generally... So... These are my headphones, and generally I used to wear them a lot. And then a few years ago I went, I am sick of wearing headphones all the time. So I'm going to find a solution that doesn't require wearing headphones for 5 hours a day. Ooh! Oh no, I don't have a proper overlay for raids! Hey J-Dude! Welcome. You're not missing out on much at the moment. I can at least put up New Year's fireworks if... no, that's the wrong one. Where is it? Fireworks. There we go. That can be our celebration for the raid. My raid alerts are just... Well, my alerts in general just are not working today. I have to switch alert providers. But welcome, everyone. J-Dude, I hope your stream went well. Something called Mailstream. Yeah, I mean, I'm hosting this locally as well. Let's see. Yeah, see, mine's in D-User Documents Fireworks. I also tweaked the source. When I downloaded this, it didn't have enough fireworks, so I was like, I'm going to bump up all of these numbers. So we're both in the same boat. Let me quickly log into Mailstream to see what's going on. And if not, I can throw in a test alert. Host announcements are on. Maybe the host doesn't count as a raid? And these two follows haven't come through either. Alright, let's reload my overlay and maybe that'll fix it. Because that fixed it for the previous alert. We're doing it live! There we go. That's a good sign. Diggin' Joe, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. That name is a little harder to pronounce. Drink Serenoi? No. Welcome to the order. How is everybody? The beta RC is going very, very well. There are a few bugs, so let's actually pull this up quickly. because I have the tools in front of me. I do have an RC2 folder, sweet. And let's pull up the bug tracker. That's close enough. So, RC1, we fixed... Oh, my browser is lagging. Happens when you open OBS. Oh. We fixed 30 bugs in RC1. We've already fixed 6 bugs in RC2. I'm in the process of fixing 1 bug in RC2. And we have 5 other RC1 and 2 bugs that have yet to be fixed. But are being worked on. Yeah, it's going to be great. Jim added undo redo for... What did he add? Source visibility. And we're trying to figure out what we should do with locked sources, whether we should be tracking locking and unlocking as well. So yeah. I'm personally excited for service integration on macOS for people, because people have been asking for that since we added it on Windows. And everyone's like, well, we're missing out, why? Not my fault, it was more complicated than we expected. Xnugget, if it's specifically in the latest OBS that it's worse than... when you say latest, do you mean the beta or 26.1? Because in general... Jay... You're not fooling anyone. Good to see you, though. Xnugget, basically the problem is that properly transparent media has everything essentially on one layer. Whereas a WebM is technically 2 video files, one laid on top of the other. And technically, we could hardware accelerate the top layer, but we wouldn't be able to accelerate the alpha channel. It would just require a bunch of extra code and getting them to sync up properly and all of that very exciting stuff. So for the moment, we've kind of prioritized other things. And there are workarounds. You can use an AVI file. EposFox released a video the other day of video formats you could use for best performance when it comes to stingers, for example. I'm good, Jay. Tired after a long week of work, and annoyed by this bug that I can't seem to track down. I've been here for almost 3 hours now, and I've made 0 progress. I've at least recreated the main window, but that's about it. Yeah. J-Dude, personally, I'm more excited about visibility transitions, which is these guys. And which one was it? This guy down here. Because I've been using it in my custom builds since 2504. It's about time I updated my local build. The one I use for streaming. Yes, Xnugget. They're larger, but they're uncompressed, so they don't have to be decompressed in real time. Which is what has to be done with a WebM. Technically, we could cache media files, but then you're using a bunch of RAM unnecessarily for a media file that might not even get used, or if it does, it'll only get used once or twice. There are upsides and downsides to every potential implementation. And deciding on which one you want to do is an ordeal, because whatever you end up choosing, you have to back that decision indefinitely. I'm just going to quickly change albums here. Go with reboot. So yeah. That's what's happening in my life. Basically, for those curious about what I'm trying to figure out at the moment, here's a standard OBS window, the main one, and here's a test window that I've done. And essentially, the problem is, if I grab the stats dock here, I pull it out of this window, it's fine, right? I can redock it without an issue. The experience is basically the same on Windows. However, the problem is, at the moment, here's the main window, if I drag out the dock, it actually stops following the mouse. And if I then try and focus it again and dock it back in, it doesn't want to dock in. The only time it will dock in is if I restart OBS. And this is for every dock. If I do the same for browser dock, so I can initially dock it in just fine. But the moment I undock it, see how it thinks it's being docked, but it's not actually docked? If I then click over here, it docks itself. It's super confused. If I use the undock button, the behavior's a little better, but I can't dock it back in. Whereas I'm just testing with the stats dock at the moment in this second window, and that seems to work fine in this second window, so I have to figure out what's different between these two. The problem with that song was not as good as I expected. The problem with that is the main window has 9,183 lines of code. It could be any one of those lines. It could be one line that's causing everything to break. Additionally, this guy could also be causing issues, because this happens in OBS Basic. So we're going to try... So OBS Basic is our main window. We can close this file. What we're actually going to do... We don't need the undo stack. I was trying to recreate a certain aspect of the dialogue without much issue, without much luck, to try and get undo working. Hey, righto. I'm trying to fix the macOS docking crap. And I've been here for 3 hours, and I haven't made any significant progress. All I know is that I've created a new main window that does not have the issue. So here's the main window with the stats dock. And it works fine. And like, I even went through and I imported all of the imports that we use in both files to see if maybe that would help. And the next thing I'm going to try is docking browser docs into this guy as well, just to see what'll happen. No, that's fine. I wasn't expecting to actually fix the issue today, but I was hoping to at least get myself to a state where I have the separate window and that I can verify that the issue doesn't happen there. Which are not related by inheritance. I need to... All docs. All docs, macOS specific, main OBS window specific. I previously verified that it's fine in other apps. And then today I verified that it's fine in secondary dockable windows. Is secondary main a private file? Is that what I did here? Not even the right file. I want this one. Yeah, it's private. It's not our patch because... It doesn't happen on any other platform. Shouldn't be our patch. But like, even if it was our patch, why is it only happening in the main window and not the other main window that I created? Like, if it was our patch and it happened in every window that I created in OBS, fine. But it's only the one window. And, like, I even have a separate UI file. Let's undo my most recent change. It's very bizarre. No, Tim. It is a stripped-down version where essentially I'm copying pieces that I think could potentially be relevant to try and find the issue. I wanted to at least have a window that I knew for sure in OBS didn't have the issue, and now I can... The problem is, I wonder... Music's too loud on my end. Let me know if the music's too loud on stream as well. One thing I will check. What do we do with... We have delete on close, we have destroyed should trigger quit, and we run initialize. Okay, that should be better. There's nothing special we do here. Unless there's something happening in OBS and init that I haven't actually... And what we should be doing here too is when we initialize... So we're gonna run the same... I can spell, it's fine. Make sure that that compiles at least. While that compiles, we know that this code gets run on initial load. Yes. Actually, let's verify that. Just in case I've gone crazy. I'm gonna undo my change here. It's a bit different, but functionally shouldn't be different. And that's the other weird aspect of it, that it happens to the windows that are built in, it happens to the browser docs, which are not built in. And when I say built in, I mean in the OBS basic UI file. And it happens in stats, which is also initialized differently than both of those two. Which makes the whole situation even stranger, right? So OBS init gets the config, resets video, if Windows, Apple, or Pulse Audio, loads monitoring, initializes callbacks, hotkeys, UT network. What is OBS data? The virtual cam, config defaults, x264 fallback, outputs, hotkeys, primitives? Maybe. Source icons. The preview grabs the Windows version and disables error. Pin collections, profiles, and then adds the preview, which Dylan thinks maybe it's preview related. Always on top. That stock. Reloads old dock state, which this could be related. I think if anything, it might be the dock state data that we have. And in that case, I could try deleting my initial config file and seeing if docs behave correctly after that. Locked docs, system tray, whether it's the first run, mixer layout, initializes the stats doc values. It's not Windows, it removes the crashed log entries. Triggers the updater, runs activate window. And that's the whole init function. It's very strange. I did turn off the fireworks. Cool. Wouldn't that be annoying if I just left them running? How silly would that be? Done it before. I still don't have that raid notification, so I really need to switch alert providers. Anyone know any good alert providers that aren't the main two? And that can do both Twitch and YouTube? Interesting. Right. Yeah, see? The issue does exist with the stats doc. So it's not specific to the dock, it's specific to the main window. I'm going to very quickly revert that. I like having a thing that confirms my suspicions. Correct, Ryan. That's exactly why I am doing it with that one as a test, because I get the benefit of being able to just change one line to get it to show up. Yeah, I agree, Ryan. Which aspect, Tim? Because docking is defined in a number of ways in a number of locations. So this guy here. Functionally, this is very simple at the moment. Hey, Crash. How's your day going? Ryan, what do you mean about the interacting with the preview window? I mean, the preview window is the main widget, and it could be related to the main widget, but the interactions occur outside of the scope of the main widget. I'm good, Crash. Just annoyed that I haven't actually figured out the cause of terrible docs on macOS. Yes, but I haven't actually... So, Ryan, I haven't actually tested by adding an OBS preview main widget. I just have a blank main widget, which theoretically could be related. And that's what Dylan suspected, is that maybe the preview window is doing certain things. However, if you disable the preview window, most of that code doesn't even run. And I've disabled the preview, if you disable the preview, most of that code doesn't run. Theoretically, it shouldn't affect it. But yeah, essentially, I've now recreated the window in every aspect except for the canvas/preview. So that would be the next logical step, to integrate the preview into this second window as the main widget to see if that triggers the same behavior. Now that I've verified that just importing all the other stuff doesn't introduce any of those bugs. Which is very confusing. Because I thought maybe either it's somewhere in the 1500... Was it 1500? No, sorry. Either it's somewhere in the 9184 lines of the main window, or I thought maybe it's in OBS app. But it doesn't look like it. At least not in an obvious way. Like, I did searches for the word doc, attribute, event. Anything that I could possibly think of that could potentially cause difference in behavior. Without any luck. Yeah, still funky. Can't redock this. Very strange. Correct, but even then, you would think that would make it work like that for the stats doc that's now docked into a different main window. So it has to be some sort of code in the main window. Because if I also do this, let me... close all. Do you want to reload it? Yeah. What we're going to do here... So when it comes to our basic window, functionally it has a lot of things going on. We've got... So in OBS Basic, I've basically recreated all of these guys, right? I basically copy-pasted all of it, including the dock options, which you can find right here. That's the wrong window. That's also the wrong window. Let me just close some of these, because I am a little lost. So this one has dock options, it has window icon, window title, minimum size. So if I pull up OBS Basic Y on the left, I grabbed all the properties for the main window and then stopped at the central widget, which has a vertical layout within. That would be the next thing. So right now, the central widget is just a queue widget. Whereas we have... Actually, we have a central queue widget, but this one has a layout with 2 items. It's same code. So the OBS doc is is this guy. And OBS doc, all it does, for reference, Tim, is it literally replaces the close event of the doc so that it can display a warning dialog that says, if it's the first time that you're closing a doc, it specifies a dialog that says, hey, this is the first time you've closed a doc, here's how you can reopen it if you manage to do it by accident. Because we had a point where people would show up with all of the docs closed and just the preview visible. And we were like, people are somehow closing these default docs, all of them, by accident, and don't know how to bring them back. We actually think there's a bug with either saving or loading the doc state, where essentially what was happening is... Well, actually, we still haven't tracked down the exact cause, but what happens is the doc state becomes invalid because it's just a byte string. And the next time it tries to load it, it fails, and rather than falling back to a known good configuration, it just loads a blank config. And we don't know what that blank config looks like, so we can't detect it and then load a default config. Or at least, you know, not have it save an invalid config in the first place. We've tried to trigger it through crashes and stuff without any luck. Correct, Ryan. We don't do it manually in either... I don't think we do it anywhere. Unless we do it in OBS init. So you're saying set central... Okay, should I just set it to a queue widget? That shouldn't open in a pop-up in OBS. Can't even copy it. That's rude. Yeah, we don't use it anywhere. I could, but do you want me to do this in our actual main widget or my test widget? I mean, we don't because it's just done in OBS Basic, right? It's in here, central widget right here. And that's all you need to have a central widget. That's why this one works at all. So by central widget, what that means is that it is a top-level... it reads the top-level queue widget. Would be my guess. Because you've got menu bar, which is the menu bar. You've got the status bar, which is the status bar. And then anything else is the central widget. Because I bet if I deleted this line, it would complain that there's no central widget. And actually, I generated this file. Oh, you know what? No, actually, I don't know. I generated this file using Qt Designer. I think. One of those tools. Either Qt Creator or Qt Designer. It generated that window for me. And I just moved the files around. Interesting stuff, huh? I'm just collapsing more of these to see if anything stands out. I can't, Tim, purely because you have to specify the parent widget. Or, not exactly the parent widget, but in this case, I can't dock the stats window to this left window because it's associated with this one. Again, Ryan, I don't see how that's an issue because it works. This blank thing here is the central widget. If we want, I can add a Q label inside just to make my point clearer. Widget. This guy. Size doesn't matter in this case, Tim. You can actually see right here, this is the edge of this window here, right? And it's still trying to dock to this one. Even though this one is in front of it, because it doesn't care about this one. It only cares about the parent that it has. Let's at least recreate some more of this structure here. Just so we've got it for when we do go, hey, let's add the OBS preview in here, right? Why does this have two items? What's the second item? Context. Ah, it's the context menu. Sorry, the source. Source toolbar. Right? Yes, source toolbar. I don't like how there's no XML formatter. That looks right. Make sure that builds so that I'm not crazy. I don't need it to run, I just need it to build. Cool, that built. It wouldn't be surprising to me, Ryan, if the default names menu bar, central widget, and status bar at least hard-coded to some extent internally. You can actually see here that we have central widget, menu bar, and status bar, even though status bar is an OBS basic status bar rather than a Q status bar, because it's a custom one of our own. Today at 8:06. Let's see what this tells us. Which should be nothing, because all I did was copy some empty layouts across. Theoretically. Qt's generated calls. Yeah, okay, interesting. Alright, now we can technically add a Q label in here. Just for... layout. A very long piece of code just for a disabled widget. I guess mainly because of the button. Yeah, I think that's what it does on all platforms. Must be some basic auto detection they do. If it contains central widget, yeah. Luckily, well, so any particular reason you want me to check, Ryan? Because the central widget exists. A main window has to have a central widget, otherwise it wouldn't work. Because the docs have to go around the central widget. Property, name, text. I mean, it wouldn't matter anyway because my central widget's empty inside at the moment anyway. Text. we will put a string here of, hi, I'm a central widget. And that will confirm it for us. I was not expecting that song to dip. I was expecting it to build up. Dips are fine if they go for 2 seconds, not if they go for 20. Welcome back, Dylan. I fixed my overlay, the crop on this guy down here. At least theoretically I did, as long as there's no green bar showing up here. My guess is it will throw an error, Ryan. Because it's a compile time error. Because remember, UI underscore is generated at build time. Yay!
It's working.
That's how it's supposed to look. Basically, it was covering...
I know how to ruin it, though.
It was covering this part of my camera. And I was wondering why the OBS logo was cut off, because usually it fits. And then I went, oh, you know what? Without the crop.
Scene ordering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I know how to ruin it.
Yeah, true. True.
I will change myself back.
Basically,
Just
I
know
could...
that I have that power.
Technically, I could add some CSS that uses my user ID to filter it out from the list. But I'm also lazy, and I don't expect that to be a reliable way to do it. So I ended up just not doing it. Cropping the top 60 pixels is more than enough for me.
So you didn't actually crop it ever, you just had something sitting in front of it.
Yeah, maybe I got the layering different. I don't know. I actually think there's a little funkiness here. Where the pixels don't line up. Does this drive you mad?
A what? Sorry? Not much you can do about it.
No. Unless the other side is... Unless it's 1 pixel off to the left in general, that I can fix.
I mean, you could change the size of your browser source.
Oh, I ran into the bug where if you zoom in far enough, the zooming breaks. Yeah, the left side is lined up. Huh?
We have that bug?
Yeah, the calculations break.
Ah. That's not good.
No, not great.
Remind me, what's the key to move things around again? When you have the canvas scaling?
Space.
It's such an unintuitive key.
Yeah, I agree.
Why space?
Don't know.
Oh, I see what happened, yeah.
Basically,
Okay,
the
so it's not permanent.
No,
You
the
can zoom out
calculations
of
go
it.
funky. And if you zoom back out, it's fine.
Yeah.
On Linux, it stretches rather than resetting. So basically, Direct 3D handles it differently.
So wait, what does it do on your screen?
On Windows,
Because to me, it's stretched. For me, it's stretched.
Okay, that one's stretched this time. The stretch is dependent on your window.
Ah.
So the reason it's not stretched on my top screen is because my preview is about 16 by 9-ish.
No matter how extreme I make it, it's fine for me.
Yeah.
It's
did I end up copying?
completely fine for me no matter what I do. Sorry, I should say stretched, not completely fine, but
Yeah,
well,
I think
that's
it's
a problem.
rounding related or something.
The space thing is completely useless if you have any source selected, because it just uses the it just triggers the context bar. Like if you have a video selected, if you have a media source selected, the space thing is useless.
I'm gonna align this to the center.
And there's no way to deselect easily.
Correct.
Because you hit space, so you have to pick a source that you can do that with, or you have to have or you have to be able to click into an empty space.
Alright, I'm gonna delete these. Oh, it doesn't say how many. 8, 10, 12, 14. Okay, there were 14 items in my trash. 14 builds of OBS. Just like that.
I'm genuinely stuck for as long as that I have a media source taking up the whole screen. If I zoom in, I'm basically screwed if I then select it. That's bad. Also, we have no easy way to reset the zoom.
I mean, right click.
If you change the preview scaling back to scale to window and then back to canvas, it'll reset.
Yeah.
But we should
Hey,
just
Alpha.
have like a key combination for that.
Alpha, when I try and run it from anywhere else, it yells at me.
Wait, is it space in Photoshop? Oh, it is in After Effects too. I never knew that. I just use middle click for that. To me, the more intuitive one is middle click, but I guess on laptops that's an issue.
To be fair, Alpha, my build folder is not actually on the Mac. It is a NFS mount.
NFS.
Yes, NFS.
Network file system? NFS. Looking this up just to confirm, and hopefully I don't get results for Need for Speed.
Yeah, network file
I did
system.
get results for Need for Speed.
I mean, that's also understandable in your case, though. Basically, watch this, Alpha. Unless it does work, and I've just been wasting my time this whole time. I think it crashes on startup after Rosetta converts the app. Because it doesn't have full write permissions in this directory.
No, Flare out. Actually, I don't think I've said your name out loud, so I don't know how to say it properly, so do correct.
That's how I've been saying it.
But,
and he hasn't complained yet.
Right, fair enough. Yeah, but so like, yes, but I've never needed an alternative. Okay, I said it right, Flary. Flary. Oh gosh, are they both correct? Because I can't remember what I said.
They're close enough.
Yes, okay. No, again, like, I've never had to learn that spacebar did that because I've only known spacebar as the playback key from where you currently are in the timeline. I've never thought to click in to hold spacebar on drag, and if I've needed to drag the viewport around, I've used middle click, so there's never been a reason for me to know that that key combination is correct, is there. So, like, Yes, I'm still the specialist. It's just that I had no reason to know that. Did that pick up on the mic?
Did what?
What sounded like an explosion?
No?
It sounded like there was a firework but heavier nearby. So
That's fun. Ryan, does this alleviate your concerns?
Hi, I'm a central widget. Not very central right now, you have stats taking up all the space.
I mean, it's central, not center widget.
True. Hi, I'm a central widget, but you can call me Cent.
Maybe you should be doing our voiceovers for our videos.
I'm still haven't decided if we should if I should just bite the bullet and do some voiceovers to alleviate some of the confusion that my videos result in.
Maybe.
Okay, I'll put it this way: I'm still considering it for the next version.
Mm-hmm.
Not for this run.
Yeah.
The issue is I'm not doing it in that voice because I can't maintain it for long enough.
Hmm. I mean, every accent has its upsides and downsides, Flary.
Which English accent? Wait, oh no, so you're saying you wish your English didn't have an accent. You don't have... Sorry. No, I misread that. I misread that as saying you wish you didn't have an terrible English accent. I misread that completely. I'm tired. I just got back from a walk.
Good walk, though?
Yeah. The light is flickering at the end of my street.
Oh, lovely.
And I think I
breeds
remember complaining not too long ago about how there's a stretch that if I'm out too late, there's just the street lights aren't on. They were on this time, but I was out earlier. You want the British accent? That's the cutest one. Which one?
Yeah, there are like 50 British accents.
The written English is not great. It's fine. I mean,
Yeah, I've never noticed any issues.
I mean, most English speakers don't follow the proper English setup.
Especially in chat situations.
Yeah. Matt can concur that what the Australians speak can barely be classified as English at times.
True.
Not even gonna disagree.
Tim, basically, in the OBS main window on macOS, if you try and drag a dock to undock it, it doesn't follow the cursor. And then trying to dock it back in doesn't work.
Sorry, I also overuse commas. I also use the Oxford comma, which adds commas. No, but like the whole point of punctuation originally was just to indicate how someone would have said something, and so it's like where you would have had a pause, you include a comma or some other kind of punctuation that indicates the kind of pause or inflection you would have had. And the way that I speak tends to have a lot of points where that makes sense to be. Good English right there.
Basically, Tim, drag. Pretty much, yes. That is a required thing to be able to successfully redock every single time. It can occasionally allow you to redock if you specifically undock using the undock button rather than dragging. But you can see here, right? If I click here, if I drag this here, and then I click here, sometimes it'll just pop it in without me trying. Other times it just won't.
Yeah, I will say that, like, if I'm doing any kind of formal writing, or I'm writing for like the purposes of being read, then I will pay more attention and be like, okay, cut down commas here, maybe use some kinds of punctuation that makes it more clear the intent behind something, even if it's not necessarily how I would say it. But like, if I'm in Discord, for example, like, I'm overusing commas all the time.
Yeah. What was I doing here? I was pulling this up. No, that sounds about right.
Fellow comma enjoyers.
Thanks, Grimrose. I like it too.
I think, though, that I've come, in some regards, in recent time, I've gone the other way. Because, like, if I do read some of my messages, that just, like, there's messages that I've said now with no commas that I definitely would have, like, even 4 or 5 months ago, absolutely littered with commas. And I think, actually, actually more like a year. And I think the reason I've stopped using commas so much is because of how often I'm on Twitter. And so, you kind of have to cut out your commas when you're on Twitter, when you're so character limited.
My cat is trying to break in. I'll be right back.
Alright. Yeah, like, I used to use so many more commas. But, like, looking at recent messages, that's changed purely because of Twitter. Thanks, Twitter.
Flary, I sort of not really fixed my alerts. Some follow alerts work if I refresh things. Raid alerts don't work. Host alerts might? What is this crap? All I wanted was a click effect. Why would I want any of this crap? Yeah, so 5 follower alerts haven't shown up. I don't know why. I just need to switch alert providers. Ha! Thanks for the follow, Alpha. I know that was 17 minutes ago, but thank you. Welcome to the order. And there's Pixie Dust from... When was that? An hour ago? Temmie for an hour ago? And then Jay Griffin. So thank you for the follows. I apologize for my alerts not working properly. The cursor effect is crap. I should not have to type in my password every single time I want to install a crap app. This song's terrible. None of this is what I want. What is the point of a magnifying flashlight if it just sees through everything to my wallpaper? So confused. macOS people don't make any sense to me. How is this useful to anyone?
I accidentally clicked a voice channel in a different server.
Oh, well done. I've done that before. It's too easy to do. It doesn't even ask if you're sure. Clearly, OS X Daily is not the site where I will get what I'm looking for. And people say the Windows App Store is crap. What is this window? Double click on the installer icon to the left. And it doesn't even work. Yeah. All I wanted to do was visualize the fact that I was holding down the button. It shouldn't be that hard. Let's see if this thing designed for Windows Vista works. And when... So, okay, Vista was... 2006? Okay, 2006. Let's see if this app from 2006 on Windows works when the one on macOS did not. I don't like that a visual sticks around. Close this. I don't need this. I don't need the halo. I don't need... fading. Okay. Alright, Tim, watch closely. If I drag this and place it down... Oh, come on! If I drag it and drop it, that's fine. If I grab that stock, if I drag it, it's attached. If I drag this one, I'm still holding down and never let go. And this guy is not moving. And now it won't let me dock. That's the issue. What happens if I click reset? Sort of. So this is a bugged one. If I now click View Docs, Reset UI, it is now where it should be. So yes, Reset UI does place it back. So it's something mouse related. Which is why I thought it was event related, you know? We don't need this guy, we don't need this guy, we don't need in transitions, and we don't need also. My cat opened my door and did not come into the room. There we go. Door is now closed once again. I don't know where else to look, is my point at this stage. is we hook into close. Well, action exit and exit button. Both separately trigger a close event. For consistency, I'm going to put that up there. Not that it actually makes a difference. This one has export macro, this one doesn't. Not likely doesn't. Technically, yes. So there are a couple. So we actually save state, which is the main window's knowledge of all of its docs, which is how we remember where everything was positioned when we restart OBS. Which is also why when I close and reopen, the stats doc disappears, because it's not part of this guy, it's part of this guy, which is not designed to remember its state. It'd help if I could spell, wouldn't it? There, this way I can at least do it like this. Aviator, yes. But it depends on what your question is specifically. Dylan has also gone silent and I'm not entirely sure why. You okay there, Dylan?
I'm responding to someone on Twitter.
Okay. Fair enough. Aviator, PC Part Picker should tell you if your build is incompatible. And on top of that, for the most part, GPU is always upgradable, or almost always. Power supply is almost always upgradable. CPU is less likely, but still possible depending on the motherboard. RAM is always upgradable to some extent. All I did here was modify the UI file slightly with like metadata. This should not change behavior. Hey, it crashed on startup. That's probably my fault. It's accurate. I didn't change. Yeah, see, code signing. Alpha. This is why I was copying it over. I guess technically what I should be doing is deleting this one. The main reason is because the parent file, I don't think gets deleted, whereas the contents do, and the signature mismatch. The same reason we had with the DAL plugin when we were testing a release candidate for 26.1. Aviator, I usually recommend a 750 watt power supply. Unless you're going for a super powerful graphics card, then you might be better off with like an 850. I'm currently running a 750 watt with a 3900X and a GTX 1080 Ti. And 32 gig of RAM. Yeah. 750 is plenty for like 90% of setups. I don't like this song because it has a sound effect that sounds like my cat scratching the door.
Okay, so what was it that I was meant to be answering to? Sorry?
Nothing. I was just making sure you were okay. Because you had been silent for a bit.
Yeah. I just needed to figure out how to word what I was saying in less than 280 characters. It's hard to have insightful discussions on how government should spend money in less than 280 characters.
This is true.
Message.
Now imagine doing
Well, I
that with
tried.
half the characters.
Oh, I would not have survived on 140 character Twitter. I would not have survived. And I think there's a reason I started using Twitter after 280.
Unless our menu bar is doing something funky, I don't know what else this could be. So let's try removing our menu bar. Aviator, for reference, here's what I've got. A 500 gig SSD that keeps getting close to full. One 4TB games drive. One 4TB games and apps hard drive. One 6TB users drive. And one 4TB games drive. All of these are hard drives. And C drive is an SSD. Games are big. When every game is 120 gig, it starts to stack up. See? Most of these games are installed. That's just one launcher. I've also got Origin. Most of those games are installed. Epic Games. Most of the free games I have installed. Ubisoft Connect. I have most of the games on there installed. I've got all of the GTA games installed. I have a few games to update on Battle.net, Glyph, and Game Center. And actually on Arc as well. Yeah. It means I'm ready if anyone ever asks me if I want to play a game with them. Only reason. Okay. 850. That's fair enough, Aviator. Here's my here's what's stopping me at the moment. You ready for this? No ETA. ETA 30th. No ETA, no ETA, no ETA, no ETA, no ETA, no ETA, no. ETA 29th, 29th. None, 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 none. No news at all as to whether the Founders Edition will show up. None, none. Tim, I'm willing to pay no more than... How much does the Founders Edition actually retail for? 1,300? Yeah, 1,300. All the other ones are ugly and overpriced. Aviator, that'll be in 2 years. If I'm lucky. This is true, Tim. Alright, well, I at least have a setup now of this stuff. So let's see what we've got. We load the dock state. And we trigger restore state. Restores the state of this main window's toolbars and dock widgets. Also restores the corner settings too. Version number is compared with that stored in state. If they do not match, the state is left unchanged and the function returns false. Otherwise, the state is restored and this function returns true. Geometry isn't a separate thing. Interesting, we don't set a version number when saving state. Seems to work okay, but interesting. Stupid chair arm. I need a new chair. The fact that you're getting a 3060 at all is crazy to me because those were the 3080s, right? And if I pull this up, 3070s. 30th. No. 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 Huh. 5th of May. No. 5th of May. 30th. Never. Sorry. No. Never. No. Oh no, actually that's the 3090. My bad. 3070. No ETA, no ETA, no ETA, no ETA. More info coming soon. No ETA. 23rd, no ETA, no ETA. 29th, no ETA. More info coming soon, more info coming soon. None, never, none. Yeah, I'm not willing to spend 1,500 on a 3070. 3060 Ti, 3060. It's all bad. you think maybe it's the action of setting state causing weirdness? Private. Was done before or after setup UI? Looks like before. Let's do this actually in OBS and net. OBS and net, because... Right. Yeah, let's do that, see what happens. That changes the behavior. The waiting game, these builds.
Yep. Never gets quicker. I mean, it does as soon as you get better CPU, but...
I mean...
Well, actually, that is a question. How, generally speaking, how much of the OBS build process can fully utilize all threads on a CPU?
Don't know. Most of this...
It definitely can 100% the CPU for the majority of a build, in my experience, on like Windows and Linux. But like, surely there's some bits where it's just like, you have to do this before you can do anything else.
Probably, but at least on macOS, most of it is copying files over. Which in this case is certainly slower because it's done over the network.
It's your fault.
Partially.
ARM.
NFS isn't particularly fast when it comes to transfer speeds.
I still want to get a Mac just to play with the ARM, the M1, just to see like how does it perform in use cases which I would normally.
If you want, I can make an account on this one and you can remote in whenever you like.
Maybe not tonight.
Yeah.
Sometime in the future, probably.
I have no other use for it at the moment. Like, the OBS builds on it aren't actually on the Mac's drive. It's on the NUC. So, it's not like I'm, you know, low on...
It's just purely so you can use VS Code on Windows.
Partially, it's so that I have one Git tracker for both platforms, and I can
Fair enough.
update the code across both. And on top of that, yeah, I can then mount the NFS share. Alpha, I'm in the Melbourne time zone of AEDT, which is currently 9 PM. Dylan is in New Zealand time.
In the NZDT, which is 11 PM. In an hour's time, I have to get onto a friend's stream and play a co-op game. It will be 8 AM for them. What's awkward is that I have to wake up at 8 AM my time for a meeting. So I'll be playing a game for an hour and then immediately going to bed.
Yeah, one streamer I enjoy watching is in the UK, which for her would be currently
10 No, yeah, 10 a.m. shouldn't it?
Midday in London.
Oh yeah, we keep forgetting the direction DST. Yeah, because it's...
Yeah. So it's midday for her, so she started her Sea of Thieves stream. And without DST, she was starting it at midnight. Our time. And I was like, or like 11 p.m. and I was like, I don't want to play.
I forgot that British summer time is UTC +1.
That song also has the cat scratching on the door sound.
There's such a little time of the... Despite the fact that New Zealand's standard time is UTC +12, there's very little of the year where New Zealand is actually 12 hours different from the UK. Well, because like the DST switchovers happen at different times, so there is a period of time where it's a 12-hour difference, but it's, I want to say at most, cumulatively like 4 weeks. At most, in a year. Remind me, the international dialing code for Australia is 61, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I do remember that. I still find it incredibly. I'm still incredibly glad that New Zealand's is 64 because it's such an easy number to remember. Because 64 is used freaking everywhere, and so knowing that New Zealand's dialing code is 64 helps. I still find it slightly hilarious that, of course, the international dialing code for the US is +1. Because, of course.
America will always put themselves first.
To be fair, Canada is also +1.
I don't know the history well enough to know whether that's a good thing or not.
Yeah. The UK is 44. And I'm almost certainly going to forget that, because I only know that since I looked it up.
I think the only thing I don't like about the OBS wallpaper is it's very dark.
Want me to make you a different one?
I just don't know how you could while maintaining the branding colors.
Yeah. It is a dark.
Yeah.
It is dark. I'd like to see us do some kind of rebranding, but we'd have to do it all at once.
And merch, and wallpapers, including for phones. And a Snapchat filter.
Oh gosh, shut up. Do you think we'll actually ever change the logo? Like, realistically?
Probably not. Maybe in 5 years, maybe in 10 years.
I mean, think of next year is the 10-year anniversary of OBS. So, like, if there was a time to change it.
But it's one of those things where you should get the ball rolling, you know, a year in advance.
Big issue is having a candidate that we actually like.
That is the first step. Okay. Oh, that is something that That would be nice, Flary.
I need to look this up because I'm not familiar with the program.
Warchamp has requested an OBS son.
But has he commissioned one?
No.
Do you think we could justify using the open collective money for that?
I don't see why not. I just...
$500 commission for an artist?
I mean, at that stage, we might as well do like an anime intro for our
Not for that kind of money. That's way under.
For our release videos. It'd be a long-term thing.
Anime style intro. You're not paying someone $500 for that.
I know. I'm saying that could be the next step, right? First, we commission someone to actually come up with OBS Sun, and then. Or ABS channel, really. And then...
Just make sure that the character is school-friendly.
Yeah. Education-friendly.
Safe for work.
Yeah,
safe for schools.
Broad market-friendly.
Yeah. Genuinely, like, if we did have a mascot, what would it probably be?
Dunno.
It can't be a person. And did you just say it? Did you just search animals that scream?
Yes, well, you're not going to find any that... You're not going to find any that stream, so screaming is close enough.
Fair play. Fair play. Fair play.
Potentially, Tim. I'm trying to figure out how best to do it. I wonder if it's related at all to... What version did you add grid mode?
I'm just confused why it's only on Mac that the docs are so busted.
Yeah. I agree.
Like, surely... Well, I mean, like, to be fair, Qt is a bit more... I don't want to say maintained, but more entrenched in Linux stuff. Like, KDE is fundamentally based around Qt.
Did we do a 24.1 or only a 24.0?
Oh hey, since I input that policy on GitHub, I'm no longer getting emails about us running out of space.
Oh, that's good. Did you set that policy only on the specific...
one? Yeah, only on that one.
Cool.
Oh yeah, that version had 5 hotfixes.
Sorry? Yeah. Actually 6, I think.
Well, that was 24 before we did RCs, or is that
I
just
think so.
unfortunate?
That was late 2019, early 2020.
We had to have been doing RCs by then.
Actually, you're right. We did do RCs. It's just an unlucky update.
Yeah, I guess 24 was just unlucky. To be fair, I think a lot of the 24 hotfixes were macOS specific.
Yes. Because macOS is a pain in the butt. Surprise, surprise.
Wasn't 2406 Windows specific though?
Might have been. The issue existed before your grid mode changes. It was actually worse.
Oh, that's good.
You like the controls dock? Very functional.
Oh gosh. So what we know is that I've made it better.
Basically. Because my guess
How?
was...
I have no idea.
Because this, you know... sorry, this part here was the one that I thought maybe could be related. Which was added as part of grid mode 2 years ago. Not that.
Phew, another thing that wasn't my fault. Always glad when that turns out to be the case. Even when I don't have much to do with a release, if there's something that goes wrong, I'm scared it's my fault.
Mm-hmm. I know that feeling too. I totally broke the context menu on docs.
How did that
Browser
happen?
So
I remember both you and Rich saying that it shouldn't have been a problem.
Essentially, I added the ability to replace the Ceph context menu with a UT context menu. And I PR'd that, Jim approved it and merged it. And then I realized that the refresh item that I added was not translated. So I added the ability to translate it. However, I did not test in debug. And in debug, it errors out.
Why?
Where is it? I'll show you because it's the funniest thing. It causes memory corruption if I use .2 standard string, which is a Qt function. If I replace it with .2 UTF-8 to const data, it does not cause memory corruption.
Because it's const?
Maybe. It's possible.
What if you had done 2 STD string, 2 C string? Not 2 C string, you would have done C underscore string. STR.
Maybe.
I don't know, who cares?
Either way, this works, and it's better than my original solution, which actually didn't fix it, which was... run this commit.
Because I believe if you take a standard library string and you do .c underscore str on it, I believe it returns a const char.
Yes. So I tried it like this, where I moved it into the UI thread, because this part is done in the UI thread. Because I thought, hey, maybe because Qt really doesn't like doing stuff outside of the UI thread, maybe that's the cause. Nope, didn't fix it. So experimented further and realized it's specifically this guy.
That's confusing.
Because I thought this was shorthand for this to some extent. Apparently not. Or if it is, it's just handled slightly differently internally, and therefore one causes memory corruption and the other doesn't. Which is fine in the end, I didn't need to wrap it in a Ceph string, which meant the line is shorter anyway, so I'll take it. Just weird. Okay, I'm gonna get Rich to...
I think I'm gonna go wind down for a little bit before I go play games with friends. Just
Yeah, no worries. I'll probably end this stream here soon too.
Just
Thanks
feel
for hanging
like
out.
A little bit of not having to be active time.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, man. Hopefully we can figure out why macOS is so busted in this way, because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. It'll just take some digging.
A lot of digging. Hopefully not a lot of bisecting.
Yeah, I'm jumping back a few versions to see if any of them were fine.
And so far you're not having much luck.
Well, I tested, what, 24 just before? I'm now testing 22. We'll see what happens.
You went back to green screen.
Sorry, 21, yeah. Oh, this one's 22, this one's 21.
So why did your scene change?
Oh, because I typed the number, and my number pad is my my scene switcher. Because
so you're just going back versions until you can maybe find one that doesn't have the issue.
Yeah, just to see if there are any that don't have the issue, or if it's always been an issue.
Yeah, I imagine.
Hey, remember this dialogue?
I wish you luck, however, I will be completely honest, I do not have much of the faith that you'll find anything.
It's better in 22. It's still rough, but it's better in 22. Because at least in 22, I was able to dock it back at least once, but still empty window. And now everything's a mess.
Alright. See ya, man.
See ya. Yeah, not to mention, Tim, it's 9:30 at night. No one should really be coding at this hour. I mean, Tim, there are always new Qt bugs. There are Qt bugs dating back to, like, 4 point whatever from, like, 15 years ago. It's not the most reliable of UI libraries. I think I typoed that. Yeah, I did. Alright, we're going back to 2017. Everyone vote. 1 if you think this'll work fine. 2 if you think it's also broken. Yeah, me too. Yep, also broken. So let's go to... Go 2016. Really what I need to do is I need to have a folder like I do on Windows, which is literally a production builds folder that has versions going back to 0.16.6, version 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, point 1, 24, 24. Yeah, we didn't do a 24.1. 25, 26, 26.1, and 27. Yeah, this is before we shipped Ceph on macOS, I think. Oh, we used to include the README with a changelog. That's nice. Yeah, my eyes are getting tired. I'm definitely going to end this soon. Oh, okay, so 016 didn't have docks you can move. So, essentially what this means is, for as long as OBS has had docks, docks have behaved weirdly. That is what we have learnt today, my friends. I think that is what we'll end with. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Alrighty, well, this was fun. We now have a environment where we can start copying functions over from the main window into a copy of the main window until we reproduce it. The upside is we will be able to... Let me quickly do this. I think they just try it once, realize it's a bad experience, and don't do it again. Here's the good news. User download. So we tried 24, 27, 26. A couple others. The upside is we can literally pull up the code for the file back then and base it on that rather than the current one. Because if I do window basic main for back then with the tag 17, the file is only 5,000 lines instead of 9,000 lines, right? So that already cuts down our possible cores down. So we could start copying stuff from here until it breaks. I wonder if it's this guy. It's a scene container. Alright, well, this was interesting. It was a learning experience. It was enlightening. We have an environment where we can start to reproduce this stuff. And really, that was the goal of this stream. I wasn't expecting us to fix it, but at least now we have some tools at our disposal to... Thanks for coming. I don't have any more streams planned, even though I'd like to push myself to stream more. Maybe eventually. Maybe when I'm not working from home, because it's tiring with everything. With home being the same place as work. It's frustrating. Alright then, enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you guys another time. Bye-bye.